we focus also on community, on group intervention types, especially in sport. In general, sport psychiatry has to consider three major aspects. Sport as a treatment factor. You can use it for mental health problems, for example, in schizophrenia or depression. Sport can be helpful, not as a sole treatment, but as a support of treatment. Then you have to consider sport in the social framework. Sport spectators are a big factor in public life, and there might be problems in regard to consumption of sports. Also, you have to consider that sport can be helpful to reduce violence, to reconstruct societies after war. There are a number of studies and projects on how effective sport can be to bring communities together again, and how to reconstruct the life of people who have suffered from violence. Then sport can also change society in a positive or negative way. Finally, we have to think about athletes and those who use sport as a center of their life, and there we will have the special problems we will discuss today. Children are in this context the most vulnerable and most important group, because today in sports, nearly everyone does sport, and especially children in school sports, or also when they start their career as athletes, they usually start very young, and that is a very problematic situation I want to address. So, as noted, sport can be used in prevention and rehabilitation of mental health problems, in public health, for general healthy life and lifestyle psychiatry, to use non-medical means to prevent mental illness is a new field and very important. Then we have sport in the social framework, as noted, for example, social reconstruction in post-war, post-conflict zones. Human rights in sports, that's one complete important special area in this field. And then we have the information and the work with athletes, but also with trainers and coaches, with the teams in regard to care of athletes. So if you look into sport, we see that we have a number of different situations with different problems, challenges, and solutions. When we speak about sport and psychiatry, we have to a simple, healthy lifestyle to enjoy as a hobby without any special fans in passive sports. Also an important issue, how people become nearly dependent on seeing sport, on living with their team. And then we have the distinction between amateur versus professional sport. In professional sport, there's a much higher risk of or PR sport. So that all can be a problem. You'll see also that the developing body of the child and the developing mind are at a very high risk, and this causes ethical conflicts. We call it dual obligations for the sport psychiatrist, who has a have to balance that as medical doctors, we are not there mainly for the career, but mainly to protect the health of children especially. Then we have the doping problem, again a conflict, if you're involved in doping or if you try to stop it. And again, the same consideration, we are responsible for the health of the athletes, not for the financial or other interests of the team or the athlete or the family. We have to consider sexual abuse, which we have to stop immediately. We have to speak up against it. We have to participate in prevention, even if it's against the interests of the team or the country or the group. So that's very sensitive. And we have confidentiality problems. That means we have to keep confidentiality between the athlete, also between the child and the doctor, because else there can be no trust and it's a violation of medical ethics. And in some cases, we have to, of course, talk to the parents and share with them and include them in the treatment setting, but still we should try to keep the trust of the children and the athletes. And then we have to look into the conflict between patient and national interest, if it's national competition, Olympic competition. So these are very difficult situations facing a psychiatrist, and I think the World Psychiatric Association should keep a track and should keep an eye on these challenges. Then we are therefore working on key areas of interest in our educational programs, but also in section statements. We want to take a clear position to warn psychiatrists and athletes about the risk of concussion in athletes, on abuse, on ethical conflicts, and on children in sport. So this will be covered by position statements and by an educational program. At the moment, we are working on the next book. We already have one book published from the section on these issues, and we hope to finish this book this year with Springer. And it will be a handbook for everyone, how to keep sport a healthy profession or a healthy activity. So again, these are key problems we have identified, we want to address. And I want to shortly highlight a few key points. In doping, it can be very difficult for children to say no to doping, and also it's difficult for them to realize they are subjected to doping. Also further, they are in the developmental phase, they are at risk from their peers and others to be offered drugs, illegal drugs, also either as performance enhancer or also as a tool to feel better when they are under stress. And this is a higher risk, especially in children, not only in adult athletes, especially in the age between 14 and 18. The drug use can be a big problem, not only because in doping controls you will be discovered and taken out of the team, but also because it's very unhealthy to get a drug habit. So this is an important issue in children, and also the doping that can impair the body and the psychological development, and it can be recognized, but also it's necessary to prevent it and to offer treatment to the victims of doping. Then we have depression and suicide. I mentioned already Germany and the national goalkeeper. So we know by now that this is a big problem, and it's not a surprise because athletes are under a lot of pressure, and sometimes, I will speak about that later, then sport becomes the only perspective in life, and if you fail, it's a destruction of all your perspectives in life. It becomes like a monomanic, like a crazy idea that you can only live if you are extremely successful in your sport career. And in other situations, for example, in America, students might be really dependent on the benefits they receive from their sport career, for example, when they get free education, because else for poor people, it's very difficult to get a good university education because it's very expensive, and then you only have the chance of getting it by doing sports. So you're under a lot of pressure to keep it. Then sexual abuse, I will speak about that later. That's a very important problem in children and young athletes. And then we have eating disorders. I will speak about that, as I will also speak about concussion as key problems. Concussion is a big problem because it's more frequent and it has long-term impact and immediate impact. And it was for a long time, people didn't take it serious enough. Today we know that both immediate result and the long-term impact of repeated blunt brain injury, even minor ones like hitting a ball with a head, can be very destructive for your mental health and can create problems like the second impact syndrome, where you can die from repeated short-term exposure. So you should not go to play again in football directly after you had a ball contact with the head. And of course, also the repeated impact, for example, in American football or in boxing, can create deterioration of the brain in form of chronic traumatic encephalopathy. And these problems were for a long time, out of financial and other reasons, ignored or stigmatized, and there was no open discussion of these problems. But we know that it's a big problem, so the data are still limited in some countries. In America, it came all an issue of public discussion with a big court case against the National Football League, because it always proclaimed against better knowledge, as in the case of smoking, that concussion is normal and you can ignore it. And the people who were injured, the athletes, later sued and they got a recompensation for the injuries they had suffered because of insufficient return to play rules, because of insufficient headgear. And this was the responsibility of the umbrella organization of the National Football League. So this became a major issue, and then the discussion started. There were movies about it, about athletes who suffered from post-concussional syndrome and other forms of brain trauma, and then it became very important. And so the rules were changed, and also the old bosses of the organization had to retire, because it was clear they knew about the problem but ignored it. So the first one to start is the professional umbrella organization to stop unhealthy practices. Then we have the female athletic triad. It's very well known in sport medicine, and it consists of eating disorders, osteoporosis, and other complications like amenorrhea. And this is a key problem in young athletes and children. So I will speak more about it. We also have, when we think about interventions, we need multiplicators, we need the government information systems, we need journalists, we need other professions to create awareness and distribute information on the risks of unhealthy sport and why you need treatment and support in these problems when you do sport. Caregivers, we need very much. Family members, trainers, and coaches must be part of the prevention and treatment activities. We need the decision makers to change the laws and the rules of the game if necessary. For example, that you have to wear adequate headgear, that you have to stop unhealthy practices. And we have to reach the healthcare networks, because doctors are usually not very well trained to recognize the special problems in sport and for athletes. We have new problems identified in athletes that are in their own way specific in the way athletes suffer from it. And that includes, for example, post-traumatic stress disorder, for example, after severe sport accidents, attention hyperdeficit disorder. In international competitions, we have to think about jet lag. And if you give the wrong medication, then you will have doping control positive and you damage the athlete. So You have to learn how to treat sleep disorders and jet lag in athletes the right way. If they have stress-related disorders, they have culture-specific disorders, idioms of distress as outlined in DSM-5, and you have sport-specific problems. That means they are very typical for sport, and you see these combinations not so typical in other clients. And this is, as mentioned already, the female athletic triad, disordered eating, amenorrhea, and complications like muscle injuries, osteoporosis, and so on. And especially the eating disorders, as you know, can be lethal and are very dangerous, are encouraged by sport. You see in this example is our beloved former Empress of Austria, Queen Elizabeth Sissi, who was suffering from an eating disorder and was hyperactive in sport all the time, which can be typical for eating disorders, was always active, running, riding, doing exercises to keep a too low body weight and suffer from the consequences. So there are international standards now for the treatment of female athletic triad, and I want to list them and discuss them shortly because they are typical for what needs to be done in the care, in the fight against typical problems in mental health in sports. What should we do? It's not only individual treatment, as you remember in the first picture of the psychoanalytic couch, but it's a comprehensive approach, a comprehensive intervention strategy. You need education of athletes, but also parents, coaches, trainers, judges, and administrators, because they have to work together. And if they don't do it, we cannot stop the problem. Athletes should also be assessed for the trials at the preparation examinations for athletic competitions. And if they suffer from the triad, they should receive treatment. And only after treatment, they should be permitted to return to exercise. And then sport administrators should consider rule changes to change unhealthy practices, like in concussion, different equipment and different rules. In the sport, you would need rules that say clearly that unhealthy weight practices should not be part of training in children. Then you need a multidisciplinary treatment team with a physician, other healthcare, diet experts, and athletes need a mental health practitioner if they develop a severe eating disorder. It's not only a physical problem. So this might be supported by a certified trainer when you have no professional trainer, but an amateur as trainer. You need an exercise physiologist, like my friend Professor Klisuras. You need the athlete's coach, parents, and other family members to help in the intervention and keep the future of the child safe from mental health problems. And you need return to exercise rules that you can only go to exercise after you have fixed the problems. We have now defined from our group in the WPA a sport immersion syndrome that is typically for high performance athletes. That means that sport replaces activities relevant for normal physical, social, and psychological development. Trainers and coaches replace parents. It's a transference problem in psychoanalytic terms. Also, teams replace the family and the normal peer group. So that's a risk for the mental health development of the child, the young athlete, and you are exposed to special risks like eating disorder and concussion, and you have maybe a lack of alternative life plans. That means you have no idea what you will do with your life if you have a break in your sport career. And so you will do whatever is necessary, even if it's dangerous and unhealthy, to keep successful as an athlete and to keep in the sport field, which can be very dangerous in some situations. As a section, we are working with a number of tools like the slide series, like handouts, movie clips, awareness raising movies. We have one now by the Spielberg Group in America on brain trauma as a soap opera to share with the public. We have special volume journal. We have a handbook for healthcare personnel, which we are publishing this year with Springer, and we have position statements. So we try to work on all these levels. And the final key point I want to mention is the risk of sexual abuse. And there can be a lot of pressure to hide abuse if it happens. And this is a key role, of course, also of the psychiatrist, because the long-term impact of sexual abuse in children is so severe that you have to expect lifelong suffering in a very severe manner. So it must be stopped and treated early. And we need prevention activities against it. I mentioned already the risk factors in the high-performance athlete environment for sexual abuse. It's more difficult to say no for children, and they are higher direct risk with physical proximity and the special environment in sports. And they can be more easily blackmailed to keep silent, to participate over a longer time. If you think about the American sports team doctor of the national team who was conducting sexual abuse over many years, and no one stopped it because there were financial and political interests not to speak about abuse and not to open this box of Pandora and start a discussion of this abuse. So the children suffered until today, until there was final action in the last years to stop this abuse and to raise awareness of the severe problem of sexual abuse in children and young adults in sports. So there's a high risk, as noted, and there's they are willing to comply because they have no alternative to sports. And we need to have a comprehensive package. In Austria, we have a special program by the government, by the Ministry of Health, to create awareness and offer help for young athletes who are exposed to sexual violence. So this final unpleasant aspect of present athletic activities is a conclusion of my presentation. I hope we have some time for discussion, and I'm grateful for your interest in this newly developing but very important field. Important also because nearly everyone today does sport. All children have sport in school, and we have many athletes, children, young adults that go in the high performance area with these very special risks I have mentioned in my presentation. Thank you very much, and my greetings to Moscow and to all participants.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компании, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.
В 2013 году в Тверском областном психоневрологическом диспансере открылось детское медико-реабилитационное отделение, к настоящему времени функционирующее в рамках дневного стационара. В данном отделении оказывается комплексная помощь детям и подросткам от 3 до 18 лет бригадой специалистов: психиатр, психотерапевт, клинический психолог, дефектолог, логопед, врач лечебной физкультуры, инструктор ЛФК, социальный работник. В медико-реабилитационное отделение направляются дети и подростки с различными психическими расстройствами: задержка психического и речевого развития различного генеза, расстройства поведения, невротические расстройства, органические психические расстройства, синдром раннего детского аутизма, шизофрения, легкая и умеренная умственная отсталость. Врач-психиатр совместно со специалистами отделения разрабатывают индивидуальную программу каждому ребенку и реализуют ее в условиях отделения. Детям и подросткам помимо лечебно-диагностической помощи предлагается курс занятий с логопедом, психологом, дефектологом, занятия лечебной физкультурой, изобразительным и музыкальным творчеством.
Предоставляется уникальная возможность творческих занятий в мини-группах по 2-4 человека, что очень важно не просто для развития фантазии, воображения, мелкой моторики, но и прежде всего для самораскрытия ребенка, повышения его самооценки, чувства уверенности в себе. Пришедшие с ребенком родители, бабушки, дедушки имеют возможность обращения к врачу, к специалисту любому, с любыми своими вопросами, в то время, пока ребенок находится на занятиях.
Доказано, что чем раньше начинается целенаправленная работа с ребенком, тем более полным и эффективным могут оказаться коррекция и компенсация нарушений, а в некоторых случаях возможно и предупреждение вторичных отклонений развития. На начальных этапах особое внимание уделяется диагностической работе, позволяющей оценить степень адаптации и выявить наиболее слабые и сильные стороны ребенка. Последующая работа ведется по специально сконструированной индивидуальной коррекционно-развивающей программе с учетом закрепления ее родителями в домашних условиях. Средний цикл занятий для детей и подростков обычно рассчитан на 2 месяца. За это время, конечно, невозможно коренным образом изменить ситуацию в семье или уровень возможностей ребенка. Однако можно задать правильный вектор для родителей.
Родители должны четко понимать, что есть та составляющая, которую мы изменить не в силах, это та вещь, которая, это тот пласт особенностей, который с ними пойдет по жизни. Нужно адаптировать этого ребенка к его же особенностям, адаптироваться самому к его особенностям и понимать, что какой-то кусочек в нем мы можем поменять аккуратно, не вторгаясь слишком глубоко, просто аккуратно что-то видоизменить. Но в целом и в общем личность, особенно когда к нам приходят уже с детьми 10-12-летними, она во многом уже сложившаяся, просто нужно ее немножко вписать в какие-то рамки, в какие-то правила, в какие-то понятия общечеловеческие. Но прежде всего принимать ребенка со всеми его прелестями, оценивать всегда конкретный поступок, но не ребенка.
В отделении проводятся занятия логоритмикой. С детьми работает логопед с музыкальным образованием и психолог. В группе обычно 6-8 детей. Занятия логоритмикой стимулируют развитие пассивной и активной речи ребенка, поскольку он имеет хорошую возможность подражать звукам, слогам, словам, которые произносит взрослый. Логарифмические упражнения способствуют развитию темпа и ритма речевого дыхания, развитию артикуляционной моторики, укреплению мимической мускулатуры, формированию фонематической системы языка, развитию темпоритмических и мелодико-интонационных характеристик речи, развитие умения сочетать движения и речь, координировать их, подчинять единому ритму оказывает благоприятное воздействие и на формирование пространственных представлений. В целях развития творческих способностей маленьких пациентов в мастерской ведутся гончарные работы. Давно известно о положительном влиянии лепки из глины на эмоциональное состояние. Завораживающее движение круга надолго удерживает детей за столом, развивая усидчивость, внимание и моторику. В отделении проводятся занятия на системе мультисенсорного развития ОМИ-ВИСТА. Занятия с каждым ребенком строятся по индивидуальному плану. Оборудование используется при работе с детьми, страдающими аутизмом, задержкой психического развития, умственной отсталостью. Также ОМИ-ВИСТА эффективно при работе с расстройствами настроения, эмоциональными и поведенческими расстройствами. С началом применения мультисенсорной системы ОМИ-ВИСТА в условиях данного отделения с апреля 2013 года наибольшая положительная динамика выявлена у детей, страдающих ранним детским аутизмом и задержкой психического развития. Всего с момента установки ОМИ-ВИСТА система была использована в ходе не менее 2000 занятий. Новая система позволяет расширить инструментальный спектр в работе медицинского психолога, повышая ее качество и результативность. В отделении активно применяется нейромоторная коррекция. Она представляет собой систему специальных упражнений, которые направлены на формирование и развитие речи, памяти, внимания. Цель программы – научить мозг правильно обрабатывать информацию, полученную от органов чувств. Данная программа рекомендуется детям с синдромом дефицита внимания и гиперактивностью, нарушениями аутистического спектра и проблемами с овладением школьными навыками. В основу тренировок положены упражнения на балансировочной доске, а также нейрокоррекционные и дополнительные общие вестибулярные упражнения на фитболе, батуте, гимнастической скамье. Нейромоторная коррекция является прекрасным дополнением к коррекционным занятиям с другими специалистами, такими как психолог, логопед, дефектолог, повышая их эффективность. Еще одна методика, которая используется в реабилитационной программе, это кинезиотейпирование. Тейпы производятся из высококачественного хлопка, который эластичен и по своим свойствам приближен к человеческой коже.
За счет того, что эта лента эластичная, соответственно, наклеивая ее на кожу, она двигается вместе с кожей. В нашем случае, в нашем отделении, мы используем кинезиотейпирование с целью улучшения микроциркуляции лимфы и кровообращения в воротниковой зоне, и наклеиваем мы эту ленту определенным способом на воротниковую зону. Еще мы в нашем отделении используем наклеивание ленты для нейромоторной коррекции, для стабилизации поясничного отдела мы накладываем на поясничный отдел эту ленту. И в занятиях с логопедом мы тоже используем это обклеивание для улучшения работы артикуляционного аппарата, для стимуляции мимической мускулатуры. Кроме того, наклеенный на кожу тейп, он активизирует многочисленные рецепторы, находящиеся в слоях кожи. А соответственно, мы подаем импульсы к головному мозгу, а соответственно мы стимулируем и работу головного мозга.
В ходе своей работы специалисты детского медико-реабилитационного отделения стремятся прежде всего помочь родителям принять имеющийся на сегодняшний день уровень ресурса ребенка, задать нужный вектор в лечебной и психолого-педагогической работе, настроить на совместное решение маленьких задач на пути к главной цели – достижение максимально возможного для данного конкретного ребенка уровня социальной адаптации.
Занимается основанием основы. Давай. Очень аккуратненько. Ниточка к ниточке. Не торопись. Молодец. Так. Вот она. 8. И ниточка пошла в обратную сторону. Вот так мы наматываем основу. Готовим основу для ткацкого станка. Для изготовления кукол нужна чистая белая шерсть. Как у тебя дела? Да. Хорошо? Справляешься? Да, время-то идет, конечно. Ну, покажи, как ты работаешь. Молодец. И что? Ты добавляешь шерсть? Ну-ка, покажи. Ну, покажи, как ты, сколько добавляешь. Вот так понемножку добавляешь, да? Молодец. Ну, здорово у тебя получается. Шерсть расчесанная, да? Ой, довольный. Наверное, еще надо добавлять. Данила? Еще-то надо добавлять? И сколько ты добавляешь? Вот так маленькими кусочками добавляешь. Молодец. Тогда шерсть получается очень хорошо расчесанной, да?
Да.
Так. Подожди. Еще рано. Ну, давай, работай. А то для кукол нам надо много шерсти. Ладно, спасибо. Не буду тебе мешать. Работай давай. Пошла. Ну, давай.
Представьте, что окружающий мир – это хаос вещей, людей и событий, и вы не знаете, чего ожидать. Вот так некоторые дети воспринимают реальность. Им очень непросто, но надо научиться жить в этом мире. В Сургуте мы создали 2 центра, где помогаем детям при нарушениях речи, поведения и обучения. В Центре инклюзивного образования и социальной адаптации «Счастье» есть группы социальной адаптации для школьников с ограниченными возможностями здоровья. Здесь ребята стараются стать более самостоятельными и общительными. К примеру, ребенка спрашивают:
«Никит, куда ты ходишь?»
А счастье – это научиться улыбаться, дружить, перестать бояться громкой музыки, пробовать новую еду, учиться новому, ходить в обычную школу, в магазин, в кино. А в 2014 году мы открыли Центр педагогической коррекции «Логаритм» для детей от 1,5 до 18 лет. Здесь мы помогаем детям запустить речь, проводим комплексную реабилитацию, развивающие занятия. Мы работаем с самыми сложными ребятишками, у которых такие заболевания, как синдром Дауна, синдром Ретта, Мартина Белла, Аспергера, задержка психического развития, аутизм. Специалисты центра используют уникальные методики – томатист, fast forward, in time и многое другое. Нам очень важно понять природу каждого малыша и подобрать к нему ключик. За 3 года работы алгоритмом мы приблизили к норме не 100 детей. Они ходят в обычные школы и практически не отличаются от своих сверстников. Для нас это большая победа. Каждый ребенок должен быть уверен, что его любят любым. Любите своих детей такими, какие они есть. Приходите к нам, мы будем вам очень полезны.
These are children who are at the European Trisomian Games. They represent our country in swimming, table tennis, and tennis. Thank you. I hope that I was brief enough. Thank you very much, Tatiana. Yes, because it is very rare that we talk about representatives of the Special Olympiad. So what documents do we need to provide in order to get the status of a sport and become part of the list?
Кстати, один из разработчиков будет выступать сегодня, Сергей
One of
Воробьев.
the developers will take speech today. Can you please shortly explain what's a VSK, what's national standards? Well, we have actually worked out almost all the documents. Is an immense amount of work. Our specialists, I don't know whether it makes sense just naming all these documents, because it's a really huge amount of work. I don't want to the job of Sergei Alexandrovich Vorobyev, who will explain on it more detailed. I'm grateful for your shyness. But I would like to explain why I ask. The thing is, in our talks, we determined three generations of standards of sports for disabled people. There were 8, 90, and 96 in different generations. Each of the generations had to, well, the document was worth 2 dissertations, 2 doctor works, because for each the generation, our St. Petersburg University was the main author of it. Today we have how many master athletes we've got today? 7 possible master athletes we've got today. We've got much sport masters, more than 100. This is much. 3,000 to 5,000 different members of, if we look at all the levels, all these people become master of sports, and they reach certain levels, certain is a goal.
Вот. Ну, действительно, сегодня у нас следующий доклад уникального специалиста Куликова
Владимира.
We now have
Kulikov Vladimir Semyonovich. He is one of the best trainers in sailing sports among people with intellectual disabilities. He is the director of St. Petersburg
университета культуры, спорта и здоровья имени Петра Франча Лесговта. Вот. Он, ну, просто удивительнейший подвижник этого очень интересного явления. Называется адаптивный. Вот о нем он и расскажет. Социальная реабилитация лиц с интеллектуальными нарушениями.
He's the leader of adaptive sail sport. Well, furthermore, in his report, methods of sail. I would like to apologize. I feel really bad after the vaccination I did just before. I could only take part today because I made myself too, so I really ask you kindly to excuse my strange speech. I was gonna shorten my today's report. But I think that today's discussion that by Sergei Petrovich and Tatiana Ivanovna are maximum acute. And as a representative of the Special Olympics, I listen to the abstracts that really should move us to the saving, the rescue of people with intellectual disabilities, because unfortunately, the huge amount, I can see it increasing amount of people. It makes us ring the emergency bell. We must support those people. We must not let them drown into the problems of our modern Russian society. Our consolidation here with the Special Olympics, Virtus and Lean Federation, it all has to. Well, I think I consider myself activist until I am able to physically to struggle for it. Infinitely thankful, grateful to our today's community that talks about all these acute questions of our society. I might be making it all in general, but I must confess that today we are at a positive point of breakthrough that would allow us to, in a year or two, to reach the positive development when we would be able to connect all our efforts and support the people. I really work as a trainer and I see how people suffer today after the break were closed inside their apartments. Just after breathing this fresh air once again, they are able again to take part in these trainings. I see our global mission to give that breakthrough a support. All ways of supporting are well. I represent the sailing sport, and I must tell you this is a rare sport kind, which gives the opportunity to cooperate with the wind, the water, the sun. It gives requests different kinds of skills. The table tennis, I represent table tennis as well. People, please excuse me for my excessive emotions, but lately I revisit my scientific positions. I think it over. I see how the different our common movement develops. So I'm starting from the Special Olympics till our today's society. Well, I've got those slides, but the sense of it is not in the detail. I want to point your attention to the consolidation that we as trainers and assistants need. Point our attention at a certain revisiting lately, because even the terms from the terms point of view, this adaptive sail sport is it really an adaptive sailing sport or movement? How should I call it? Right. So what is the sense of this supporting a huge amount of people with intellectual disabilities. I consider it an extremely important question. What Tatiana Ivanovna has pointed out Special Olympics, unified sports, inclusive education, if you would like to say so, united sports. I myself am a supporter of the active integration of such activity with for people with intellectual disabilities. Not a replacement through sportsmen, but connecting when both people, both kinds are connected, both kinds are enriched. I'm not the final instance, but I have observed and realized sport, I mean say sport, I mean how the cooperation is being held, how they influence each other, how our lean folks grow and how ordinary folks grow. Can you just imagine how powerful this movement is? And me as a professional athlete, I deal sports since 1956. I try to support and I try to support people with intellectual disabilities. I see how they win when both types of athletes work together. I see it as our common opportunity. I accept excessive emotions. I might have taken too much medication, but I think that our today's moment in time is a breakthrough, not for unified sport, but it is a unification of us, me and you, the functioneers of Lynn, the rulers of Lynn. Thank you, a great thank you for your attention and for your right understanding of my position. Well, you have the time and possibility to make a walk, do a little walk, to walk through your sailing abstracts. I'm sorry, I'm not able because I took some medication. Abstract report, but I'm not able right now. I'm ill. Dear friends, can you imagine how attractive our reporter would be if not for the medication? So the inclusion between you and me is something what I would like to focus on, the inclusion between people that deal the same.
Процессе трудовой деятельности. И вы знаете,
I have learned much.
Я нашел подтверждение, в общем-то, во многих теоретических публикациях о том, что инклюзия – это такое объединение.
Inclusion is a kind of unification of effort that allows to do common activity more effective than without that inclusion. It's not pleasant to usually labor people, but for people with disabilities, it would be a great effect. So once again, as to the unification, as to the union between athletes is something that we use as the blind sports, where there's always a leader that leads that leads the blind person.
Вот эти моменты, они, конечно, очень полезны для здоровых.
Sports, in those kind of blind sports, it's very healthy for usual people as well. So both of the groups win. Line, once again, we must not let the inclusion become a. We must not let the able person do everything for the disabled person. It is an educational art. Make both persons take part in a similar way. I thought about doing an inclusive Lean sport, but we need this inclusivity in the training process. So when the able persons play football with the disabled ones, they are surprised by the unpredictable so my abstract is once again the trainers are for inclusivity. We must unify our efforts in order that our process is will progress in terms of socialization and in terms of education. It is very important, this tool. So why I respect Schreiber, she wasn't afraid to make this camp back at home. She gathered all the people that were considered unable. She said, no, they are not lost like the society thinks. So this is the most important problem. With sensual disabilities are being revisited. So on this path, we must unify our effort. The science will help us. I give the word to Sergei Alexeyevich Vorobyov, who is not only multiple years the head of our scientific group in terms of Lean sports, he is the director of the university.
He is the director of this institution, which is called the St. Petersburg Institute for Physical Culture. I hope that he will have some research in the near future, and today he is going to talk with Yevgenia Nabochenko, a dean of the Federal Institute of the comparative analysis of psychophysical capabilities of people with autism disorders and with Down syndrome. I think Sergey will tell us that it's different categories. Sergey, you have a bit more than our schedule, more than the usual 10 minutes, so you have some time. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity to speak. As already mentioned, we are going to have a joint report. Yevgenia and myself will be the two speakers. It's not because I want to be on the stage for a long time, but it's because we want to share certain results of our research. We've been doing this research since 2012. We've been doing it jointly. We also have colleagues from the medical institution, and this institute was actually called a university. We do not object to that. And there is also another institute that also participates in this research, starting from 2012. And as already was said by Sergey and by Tatiana, there is a question of why the Paralympic movement, the Paralympic Games, and the competitions under the auspices of International Paralympic Committee do not have many programs for people with disabilities, particularly with certain disabilities. And of course, we cannot compare this program with the Why is that so? Because we are the youngest organization. It is since recently that we are part of the Paralympic family. But actually, our category is the most numerous category of people. And we have a lot of people with mental disabilities that are not homogeneous. Within this group, there are many other groups. I think that this is enough as an introduction. And the results of our research are as follows. Of course, we are for the introduction of another category, and this is confirmed by the scientific research of people with mental disabilities, with autism disorder. There are people with the Down syndrome, and they are never going to be equal. So why is that? At the Paralympic Games, people with the Down syndrome cannot participate. The door is closed for them, and Yevgenia will tell us why. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm glad to see all of you. And today is going to be the continuation of the dialogue which we had in 2012. I think we will continue this dialogue today. Please switch off your mics because there is some background noise. And it was a presentation saying that we cannot compare two very different groups, such as teenagers with intellectual disorders and teenagers with the Down syndrome. The possibility of their involvement in sports is, of course, very different. They have different capabilities. And these groups are not homogeneous. In 2019, we compared three groups of kids and teens engaged in swimming. Those were kids and teenagers with Down syndrome, with autism disorder, and with intellectual this diagnosis, which is called mental backwardness, but it's not politely correct. It's very rare. So I'm going to talk about mental disorders. We had to compare the physical preparation and resilience of different kids. Please share the screen so that we can see your presentation. I'm sorry. I can see that you have it, but we cannot see it. Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry. Yes, here it is. Thank you. So we compared the resilience, flexibility, muscular strength, quickness, and agility of kids. And there are three groups, that is, children with Down syndrome and with mental quickness and flexibility. The Down syndrome people could not be compared to people with mental disability, which is why in 2019 we compared three groups of children and teenagers with mental disorders, with autism, and with the Down syndrome. Talking about the specific parameters, if we talk about the muscular tone, next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next. So if we talk about the specific muscular tone, people with intellectual disorder had a slight change of muscular tone during movement. Muscular tone and muscular hypertonia accounted for 80%. As those children grew up and did physical activity and adaptive sports, their tone normalized, but that depended on the particular children. As for children with the autism spectrum disorders, please switch off all the other mics because there is a lot of background noise. Dear colleagues, please mute your microphones. So here we could see the following picture, characterized by the fact that there was too much tension during the testing, but there was also hypertonia of balance between the processes of incitation and impediment. Of course, the condition of a muscular tone has to influence the entire psychodynamic development of an athlete or a person with the autistic spectrum syndrome. Talking about physical development, we could see very different situations here. In the first case, when we tested children with intellectual disorders, we could see that the physical development of such children is almost just the same as healthy children. And you know, there are a lot of questions that I'd like to ask to you, and I would like answers to those questions because I'm a psychologist. And of course, as we look at the degree of mental disability, even physical condition correlates proportionately to the IQ, whether it's the IQ of 70, 50, or 40. Those teenagers and kids who do sports and whom we tested, their intellectual potential, their IQ, was about 70, or at least 65 points. So these were people with a slight mental deficiency or intellectual deficiency. As for Down syndrome people, we could see that their intellectual capabilities were lower than 38. So here we can talk about serious intellectual disorder. And this affected the development of certain systems of internal organs and physical development as a whole. Of course, they were lagging behind considerably, even compared to people with intellectual disabilities. Taking kids and teens with autism spectrum disorder, there is a very interesting picture here. First of all, it's not the same homogeneous group. In terms of psychology, we know that we have the classical picture of differentiation between people with such disorders autism spectrum disorder can be very heterogeneous, very different. There are people that have considerable mental or psychological problems, and there are people who are different. There were children with the IQ of 70 or 75, and the movement capabilities of such children were typical of such a disorder. And if we talk about the large movements, and we recently had these facts, so their large movements were pretty typical to the average statistics, but minor movements had a specificity because they could not work properly with their fingertips, for example. But the differences were not so major compared to healthy children, compared to children with a healthy intelligence. As for muscular strength, talking about the autism spectrum disorder, we also noticed that the resilience was low here. There was a lack of speed and strength. And in our research, we were based on the so-called Violent test. As Tatiana rightly said, there are some restrictions here. That is, limitations in terms of differentiation and diagnostics of criteria. Psychological status of the athletes. And here it is important to pay attention to what we are testing and how we are testing that. We have certain tools, and this violent test, the general level of adaptiveness, can be split into 4 parameters, and children with autism spectrum disorders are lagging behind compared to the other 2 categories. I apologize to my colleagues because this report was prepared for the presentation of the last year, and now we have some more recent data. I will give you a broader picture. So we have some new information, but nevertheless, the violent test and the scale of a general physical exercise are aimed at adaptation. That is, people should socialize themselves. They should feel properly. So as I said, there are 4 scales here: communication, everyday living skills, socialization, and motor skills. So what do we see here? Adaptation, according to the violent test, is the most painful part. This is something that lags the most among people with autism disorders, autism spectrum disorders. And psychologists even doubt whether they can engage in elite sports or even physical activity in general.
The adaptive behavior with ASD or with people by people with other difficulties does not produce difficulties that prohibits them taking part in sports. But ASD people, they suffer a lack of verbal speech communication abilities. It means that they are unable to perceive an instruction during the training process. They have to analyze these instructions and to fulfill it. So, on comparison with 2 other groups like Downs and people with muscular and fulfilling it. If we compare those 2 slides, we will see well, we see here the ASD, intellectual disorder, as well as Down syndrome. We see at different times. So that picture is reflects what happens in a half a year of training. So brain gymnastics and aerobics, we will see a very reflective picture. The ASD, everything well, moving abilities, intellectual development higher than the other two groups have, but they did not whereas they have been trained. So it tells about two things. First, they need a longer time to adapt, even by even through physical exercises. If you walk, take the path of physical exercise. And second way is that stress responsibility of ASD people are at an extremely low point. If we talk about it as psychologists, we can say that they enter sports on a borderline. We need to make that condition take a positive side. We must not let the condition take the negative part. Because they will in case where they won't be able to compete during the training process. While I'm saying this is that today we must show a certain level of psychic and emotional level. All the three groups have a different level. Why we stop? Because we have already talked about those two previous groups. I mean the Downs and the intellectual disabilities. They have a certain the Downs have a certain physical abilities, whereas they have a much lower lower adaptation ability, but still it's higher than the ASD people have. We actually determined by ASD. We must not mix this determined by the RDA, which means early child autism, because people with early child autism are not highly unlikely to take part in case when this domain is part of the higher structure of the disease, in case when it's the main disease in that complex structure of this complex defect. We must understand in that case that we really have people with slight intellectual disability and adaptation disorder. But in the end, I must say that we have Center Bonn, they athletes of high-level sports as well as athletes with intellectual disabilities take part in it. Locomotive disabilities, well, if we look at it through a neurodynamic development, we will see further, we will see that picture. Systematization of information in different spheres doesn't allow us to lead a good process of collecting people, but it only means we must reach our attention to the point of people with we must mention ability to build physical programs and absence of huge difficulties in communication. We must also say that there are no unbearable barriers for them taking part in the lean sport. So by right improvement, they can reach some appointments in sports. It is a healthy group. People with Down syndrome is something different. The intellectual effect will be the main part of the therapy. So intellectual defect is something that will determine them. And motivational sphere is the one that suffers here the most. I worked with Down swimmers in Los Angeles at Special Olympics. People with intellectual disabilities took part as well, moderate and heavy ones. And there was a guy with Down syndrome, 40 points he had according to the Wechsler tests. He missed the start. He jumped into the pool as the last one and when he swam, he raised his head 15 times above the water. He came last, but they all were nominated. So much to instability of the results, so specific of the way the Downs develop their communication. It brings a special mechanism of compensating it, but not only through sport. As to the ASD, as I already mentioned, behavior will be here the most challenge for the trainer, which makes us suggest that only individual work is needed and an individual participation. 3 classes, what we already talked about, would allow them to for them. I'm open for any questions. Thank you very much. I've got a question, if you allow me. Evgenia Sergeyevna, I'd like to ask, I am a psychotherapist and a representative of the Union for Physical Health Maintenance. We deal with non-commercial organizations. I would like to ask, well, these people in your research, which age they had? Down syndrome and ASD, they are adults, right? Well, in 2012, we held this research. We compared the two groups. The two groups had now with ASD, those were children and adults that were observed dynamically at the Bonum Multifunctional Centrum, 12 till 18 years old. Why I'm interested about the age? It's because quite often at the conference for ASD, it is debated early help is being talked about, and many medics do not receive information about how to determine the ASD as soon as possible. Help program, those programs did not develop, but still they have gained, they have spread wider. It is being underlined that early help influences the development of communicational and adaptational skills. So maybe you should include that factor for adults and children in case the syndrome has been diagnosed early.
Из-за развития этой ранней помощи, ранней диагностики, все-таки вот эти показатели адаптации и коммуникации на графиках в последующих уже немножечко
we would see those signs. Dmitry, we really deal efficient with it. Our cathedra for psychiatry at the Ural Medical University, we really ask ourselves, who do we include into this group of ASD adults and children? As you already know, Vlasovai Pilsner, as they said, ASD is a pillow for a lazy head. F84 MKB11 has a separate eye view on that problem. And it's very important to understand here the children that came with ASD to us, those are especially the ones that had been cured in right time, cured at the Bonham Center. Well, there's a children's psychiatry and medicine. They have in their diagnosis at 8 years old, 84 RDA have been put into their scale. But you as a psychotherapist know already that very often, in order not to place schizophrenia diagnosis, they put a questionnaire diagnose RDA or RAS. This is a diagnosis that does not put a special responsibility on the medic. So by putting this diagnosis, we allow ourselves not to list the child's second moment that the parents suffer. And third, they were up from birth. Well, it's multifunctional centers. It used to be a Republican center. Children are being listed at the age of 10 months in case of when it's face pathology, and if it's psychic disability, they being put at 3 years old. And so definitely by 6 years old, all the children have been observed and listed. In case the diagnosis has not been, in case another diagnosis has not been put, the diagnosis ASD right diagnosis, and as a rule in cases when we have that diagnosis, the potential is usually lower than 75 points. You understand what I mean? So it's very complicated to understand whether we talk about the ARD or RAS. So in case there are several problems with the intellect, then this is a complicated mosaic structure of the defect. We must figure out what's the reason is, and isn't it the condition that according to Lebedev is
It is very nice for me to join this debate because sometimes there is a different situation when, for example, there is no autism diagnosis, but it was supposed to be there. So there are different situations, but you mentioned this problem in a very good way. Of course, autism spectrum disorders are very complex ones. They require different solutions. They require certain steps. And I hope that together with you, we will work on this problem. Dear colleagues, I would like to tell you that it was so nice for us to listen to a professional discussion in this area. And I'd like to highlight that impacting people with such disorders is sports. Please do not forget about sports as something unavailable to these people. For example, when we talk about epilepsy, it's a no-no. But our tests showed that in a one-on-one group, when a person does swimming and a coach is always ready to help the kid, this swimming will always produce a good effect. We do have some time, and I'd like to say that if we talk about our sports, this is why this sport is unique. In no single type of adaptive sports, sports of blind people or deaf people, in no one sports, for example, there was a Paralympic Games sports champion who had problems with lower limbs, with her legs, and it didn't give her any advantage. She competed with other athletes with similar problems. And it's for the first time in our history that we are considering the possibility of an intellectual disorder, but also additional disorders that we take into consideration. And we are not talking about syndromes alone. It can be the problem with the eyes or with the ears and so on. And secondly, before, people with ASDs were not allowed to sports. Why? Was a more or less normal IQ, the person had to compete with other athletes, and he was removed from us. But nevertheless, there was no question about this person going to the normal sport for healthy kids. So, of course, there is a huge potential in competing, in movement. I'm talking about people with mental disabilities or communicative disorders. This potential was never used, and in vain. We've been talking a lot with Tatiana. Of course, not all types of sports, and I'd like Yevgenia to confirm that, not all types of sports should be offered to them. We are against boxing or some martial arts sports and disciplines would be perfect. Of course, there should be a reasonable and adequate use, following recommendations of a psychologist. They can be very helpful. At least we hope for that. And our main mission is to provide this tool, enable children to work in this area. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but in terms of the disorder structure, particularly if there is a problem with communication or behavior, we are offering different types of sports. Those three types that Sergey mentioned, track and field, swimming, and tennis, with a certain approach. Of course, we can use this sport for people with certain disorders. That within their category, each of them should compete separately. And what is important is the type of sport. Maybe swimming could be harmonious and competitive for all three groups. There are a lot of questions to ask here. And the first thing to do, in my opinion, is to look at these criteria of psychological or maybe psychiatric nature. And then we will understand why one person can compete there and the second person cannot. Why one person cannot train with the other one. And the last question to ask today, we still have some time. Can you tell us, do we need sports in general? Brush us away. Maybe you will work on certain social model, life, and so on. Why are you asking that? A huge sports center was opened in the Urals region, and 2 years ago I talked and offered a presentation, and the Urals Federal District pinned great hopes on children with disabilities. They hope that they will get socialized via sports and they will become healthier, they will become more resilient. So, of course, sports is necessary. Of course, it's an interesting area. And it's almost 10 years since we started cooperation. And whenever I ask myself a area of scientific interests is the most attractive for me, I would use active sports, Special Olympics and Paralympics movement. I always take your invitations with gratitude. Will you add anything? Yes. You know why we had this dialogue among professionals? Of course, it's first of all about sports and physical activities. We need to continue development, the sports development of people with mental disabilities. My colleague always wants to mention everything, which is why sometimes she raises issues which were not part of that presentation. And I couldn't keep silence, but once again, most attention was dedicated to people with mental disabilities. What are their capabilities? To identify them, we need to see the important differences between those big groups. Can we join them? Because, of course, when it comes to the Paralympic Games sports, we cannot bring those categories together. In order to expand a group, we need good reasons that will be provided only by professionals. So let's listen to Dmitry. What's your opinion? Yes, I will get involved in this discussion with great pleasure. And I will answer your provocative question. Mentioned, and recently a new organization was launched. It's called a Council of Non-Commercial Organizations under the Russian Society of Psychiatrists. And there was the first meeting of this council, which was attended by representatives from all the regions of Russia, including the Urals district, which was, of course, represented. And in the Urals, we had a special conference. And I'd like to add that Sergey was present at this conference, where sports issues were raised. And there were several organizations there which dealt with these issues very actively, very well, and they emphasized the importance and need for adaptive sports and adaptive physical. We will probably set up a special working group to work with us because our goal is a very major one. We need to develop the whole system of psychological and social rehabilitation with the involvement of public organizations and NGOs. rehabilitation has many faces, many aspects. It's the everyday life rehabilitation, and I'm not even talking about medical rehabilitation. So, of course, there should be professional skills and involvement in the sports movement. And I'm talking about pretty serious sport, which is also very important. These people engaged, they have this feeling of engagement. So sports are great for them. And the situation can be different in different regions. There are different rehabilitation structures in various regions. Sometimes there is more sport. Sometimes we have some other art. For example, we had more than 50 inclusive theaters and art studios. And there are also special art therapeutic groups or art therapy groups. And of course, there is also a sport movement. There are special organizations dealing with it. And sometimes they go up to the national level. So it was a provocative question, as I said. Of course, sports are important. They need to be developed. We can see how many professionals work in this area. And there are many more of them. Colleagues, I also was invited to this conference and I represent the Russian Federation. We were invited as the Russian Federation. And I was offered by Olga to share some information about the performance of Russian athletes at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo. And I can say that we gave a great performance because we only had 11 people who brought the Russian national team 4 gold medals. And if we count the pure numbers, that's 11% of all the medals won by our national team, and about 20% of all the silver team won by our team. It was 11%, and we were a tiny group in just one sport discipline. So Olga suggested that we set up a website for this union and we place there some advertising, some information saying that it is possible for such a category of people to showcase their capabilities. We also developed other projects for people with disabilities, for intellectual disorders. So today there is just an intellectual disorder and that's it, and there is no detail. Dear colleagues, I think that we don't have enough time now. Can I join this discussion, please? It's not a debate, it's rather a discussion. Yes, I'd like to join this discussion. As for Evgenia, I'm really pleased to see you because before we started working together, and back then you prepared some very serious materials on the Down syndrome, which actually moved everything forward.
It was impossible to talk about the Down syndrome on the whole European and world level. You helped us to promote this direction very well. After we were reluctant before your report, but afterwards she stopped being reluctant and she acknowledged that there should be a separate field for that, for those people. Unfortunately, people take not much part in it. concerning Gleb Olenichenko that is now in the Special Olympics, as well as Blivnik. You see, there is a term like motivation. There's a different field of motivation at the Special Olympics and Lin. When they move across levels, when they move towards the first adult level, then they sport candidate, furthermore they are sport masters. This is such a powerful motivation that will finish nicely. Sportlin makes those children more goal-oriented. In the Special Olympics, they just play. They don't understand that movement across the levels. In Lin, they are motivated by parents or teachers, whoever is at their side. After they move across the different classifications, grades, they become more involved and interested. When this competition is for being a champion, when you are the first among the equal ones, that's very important. So I'm very pleased to see you, and already now signal missing. Татьяна Ивановна is...
Уважаемые коллеги, ну, я очень благодарен всем за дискуссию. И я хочу
I'm grateful to everyone for this discussion. I would like to remind you the time frame. There was well, there once was a case to where one reporter has been missing, so somebody suggested moving forward immediately. Somebody came, we will disrupt the time frame in that case. So we could go on break earlier. We will start our next session at 17:30 Moscow time. In case there's anyone would like to say something or add, we would listen. If not, we would go on a break until 17:30. In that case, dear colleagues, make yourself a cup of coffee. We'll be back at 17:30. And as already said, for everyone who makes it until the end, we will grant those people a certificate for extra
было Леди Даблтила, может это было Леди Лак. Может это было Леди Даблтила, может это было Леди Лак.
Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.
В 2013 году в Тверском областном психоневрологическом диспансере открылось детское медико-реабилитационное отделение, к настоящему времени функционирующее в рамках дневного стационара. В данном отделении оказывается комплексная помощь детям и подросткам от 3 до 18 лет бригадой специалистов. Психиатр, психотерапевт, клинический психолог, дефектолог, логопед, врач лечебной физкультуры, инструктор ЛФК, социальный работник. В медико-реабилитационное отделение направляются дети и подростки с различными психическими расстройствами, задержка психического и речевого развития различного генеза, расстройства поведения, невротические расстройства, органические психические расстройства, синдром раннего детского аутизма, шизофрения, легкая и умеренная каждому ребенку и реализуют ее в условиях отделения. Детям и подросткам, помимо лечебно-диагностической помощи, предлагается курс занятий с логопедом, психологом, дефектологом, занятия лечебной физкультурой, изобразительным и музыкальным творчеством.
Предоставляется уникальная возможность творческих занятий в мини-группах по 2-4 человека, что очень важно не просто для развития фантазии, воображения, мелкой моторики, но и прежде всего для самораскрытия ребенка, повышения его самооценки, чувства уверенности в себе. Пришедшие с ребенком родители, бабушки, дедушки имеют возможность обращения к врачу, к специалисту любому, с любыми своими вопросами в то время, пока ребенок находится на занятиях.
Доказано, что чем раньше начинается целенаправленная работа с ребенком, тем более полным и эффективным могут оказаться коррекция и компенсация нарушений, а в некоторых случаях диагностической работе, позволяющей оценить степень адаптации и выявить наиболее слабые и сильные стороны ребенка. Последующая работа ведется по специально сконструированной индивидуальной коррекционно-развивающей программе с учетом закрепления ее родителями в домашних условиях. Средний цикл занятий для детей и подростков обычно рассчитан на 2 месяца. За это время, конечно, невозможно коренным образом изменить ситуацию в семье или уровень возможностей ребенка. Однако можно задать правильный вектор для родителей.
Родители должны четко понимать, что есть та составляющая, которую мы изменить не в силах, это та вещь, которая, это тот пласт особенностей, который с ними пойдет по жизни. Нужно адаптировать этого ребенка к его же особенностям, адаптироваться самому к его особенностям и понимать, что какой-то кусочек в нем мы можем поменять аккуратно, не вторгаясь слишком глубоко. Когда к нам приходит уже с детьми 10-12-летними, она во многом уже сложившаяся, просто нужно ее немножко вписать в какие-то рамки, в какие-то правила, в какие-то понятия общечеловеческие. Но прежде всего принимать ребенка со всеми его прелестями, оценивать всегда конкретный поступок, но не ребенка.
В отделении проводятся занятия логаритмикой. С детьми работает логопед с музыкальным образованием и психолог. В группе обычно 6-8 детей. Занятия логаритмикой стимулируют развитие пассивной и активной речи ребенка, поскольку он имеет хорошую возможность подражать звукам, слогам, словам, которые произносит взрослый. Логаритмические упражнения способствуют развитию темпа и ритма речевого дыхания, развитию артикуляционной моторики, укреплению мимической мускулатуры, формированию фонематической системы языка, развитию темпоритмических и мелодико-интонационных характеристик речи, развитию воздействия и на формирование пространственных представлений. В целях развития творческих способностей маленьких пациентов в мастерской ведутся гончарные работы. Давно известно о положительном влиянии лепки из глины на эмоциональное состояние. Завораживающее движение круга надолго удерживает детей за столом, развивая усидчивость, внимание и моторику. В отделении проводятся занятия на системе мультисенсорного развития ОМИ-ВИСТА. Занятия с каждым ребенком строятся по индивидуальному плану. Оборудование используется при работе с аутизмом, задержкой психического развития, умственной отсталостью, Также ОМИ-Виста эффективна при работе с расстройствами настроения, эмоциональными и поведенческими расстройствами. С началом применения мультисенсорной системы ОМИ-Виста в условиях данного отделения с апреля 2013 года наибольшая положительная динамика выявлена у детей, страдающих ранним детским аутизмом. Не менее 2000 занятий. Новая система позволяет расширить инструментальный спектр в работе медицинского психолога, повышая ее
Может, это
В отделении активно
было.
применяется нейромоторная коррекция. Она представляет собой систему специальных упражнений, которые направлены на формирование и развитие речи, памяти, внимания. Цель программы – научить мозг правильно обрабатывать информацию, полученную от органов чувств. Данная программа рекомендуется детям с синдромом дефицита внимания и гиперактивностью, нарушениями аутистического спектра и проблемами с овладением школьными навыками. В основу тренировок положено упражнения на балансировочной доске, а также нейрокоррекционные и дополнительные общие вестибулярные упражнения на фитболе, батуте, гимнастической скамье. Нейромоторная коррекция является прекрасным дополнением к коррекционным занятиям с другими специалистами, такими как психолог, логопед. Еще одна методика, которая используется в реабилитационной программе, это кинезиотейпирование. Тейпы производятся из высококачественного хлопка, который эластичен и по своим свойствам приближен к человеческой коже.
За счет того, что эта лента эластичная, соответственно, как бы наклеивая ее на кожу, она двигается вместе с кожей. В нашем случае, в нашем отделении, мы используем кинезиотейпирование с целью улучшения микроциркуляции лимфы и кровообращения в воротниковой зоне, и наклеиваем мы эту ленту определенным способом на воротниковую зону. Еще мы в нашем отделении используем наклеивание ленты для нейромоторной коррекции, для стабилизации поясничного отдела мы накладываем на поясничный отдел эту ленту. Значит, и в занятиях с логопедом мы тоже используем
Меня к себе домой.
наклеенный на кожу тейп, он активизирует многочисленные рецепторы, находящиеся в слоях кожи. А, соответственно, мы подаем импульсы к головному мозгу, а, соответственно, мы стимулируем и работу головного мозга.
В ходе своей работы специалисты детского медико-реабилитационного отделения стремятся прежде всего помочь родителям принять имеющийся на сегодняшний день уровень ресурса ребенка, задать нужный вектор в лечебной и психолого-педагогической работе, настроить на совместное решение маленьких задач на пути к главной цели – достижение максимально возможного для данного конкретного ребенка уровня социальной адаптации.
Радик занимается основанием основы. Давай. Очень аккуратненько. Молодец. Так, вот она, 8. И ниточка пошла в обратную сторону. Вот так мы наматываем основу. Готовим основу для ткацкого станка. Изготовление кукол нужна чистая белая шерсть. Как у тебя дела?
Да.
Хорошо? Справляешься? Да, время-то идет, конечно. Ну, покажи, как ты работаешь. Молодец. И что? Ну, покажи, как ты, сколько добавляешь. Вот так понемножку добавляешь, да? Молодец. Ну, здорово у тебя получается. Шерсть расчесанная, да? Ой, довольно. Наверное, еще надо добавлять. Данил, да? Еще это надо добавлять? И сколько ты добавляешь? Вот так маленькими кусочками добавляешь. Молодец. Тогда шерсть получается очень хорошо расчесанной, да? Так. Подожди. Еще рано. А то для кукол нам надо много шерсти. Ладно, спасибо. Не буду тебе мешать. Работай давай. Пошла. Ну, давай.
Представьте, что окружающий мир – это хаос вещей, людей и событий, и вы не знаете, чего ожидать. Вот так некоторые дети воспринимают реальность. Им очень непросто, но надо научиться жить в этом мире. В Сургуте мы создали 2 центра, где помогаем детям при нарушениях речи, поведения и обучения. В Центре инклюзивного образования и социальной адаптации «Счастье» есть группы социальной адаптации для школьников с ограниченными возможностями здоровья. Здесь ребята стараются стать более самостоятельными. А счастье – это научиться улыбаться, дружить, перестать бояться громкой музыки, пробовать новую еду, учиться новому, ходить в обычную школу, в магазин, в кино. А в 2014 году мы открыли Центр педагогической коррекции «Логаритм» для детей от 1,5 до 18 лет. Здесь мы помогаем детям запустить речь, проводим комплексную реабилитацию, развивающие занятия. Мы работаем с самыми сложными ребятишками, у которых такие заболевания, как синдром Дауна, синдром Ретта, Мартина Белла, Аспергера, задержка психического развития, аутизм. Специалисты центра используют уникальные методики – томатист, fast forward, in time и многое другое. Нам очень важно понять природу каждого малыша и подобрать к нему ключик. За 3 года работы алгоритмом мы отличаются от своих сверстников. Для нас это большая победа. Каждый ребенок должен быть уверен, что его любят любым. Любите своих детей такими, какие они есть. Приходите к нам, мы будем вам очень полезны.
Ну, я сменил кого-нибудь заставку. Реклама, это короткая. Так, я сменил. Где есть?
Для меня главное в проекте «Тренировочная квартира» заключается в том, что мой сын Гонсалес Александр впервые в жизни оторвался от дома, от семьи и прожил почти 4 месяца своей собственной самостоятельной жизнью, чего у него никогда раньше не было.
В проекте «Тренировочная квартира» только потому, что хотел жить самостоятельно, наверное, познакомиться с другими людьми, вот, и немного научился жить самостоятельно.
Сейчас мы расскажем про проект ТК. То есть конечно, мы очень надеялись на то, что Вова наш станет очень аккуратным, что он научится убираться, пылесосить, следить за чистотой. И, говорят, он неплохо научился. Но дома он почему-то этого не делает. А еще мы знали, что Вова очень хочет научиться готовить. И он готовил на тренировочной квартире и себе, и своему другу. И тоже мы надеялись, что он это будет делать дома. Но дома он это делает очень редко. Но зато произошло то, на что мы даже не надеялись. Вова стал отлично чувствовать.
Я хорошо готовлю, убираюсь, мою посуду и стираю одежду. Я хочу жить самостоятельно. Мне эта способность пригодится на будущее, чтобы я жил самостоятельно, без мамы.
Ой, через 5 минут уже начало. Да в том-то и дело.
В феврале месяце, всего 1 месяц был на тренировочной квартире, из-за заряда бодрости, драйва, желания жить, желания дружить и общаться,
5 минут.
откуда ни возьмись, просто хватило на полгода.
Для меня это значило какая-то попытка проявить самостоятельность и попробовать себя в реальной жизни.
Давай включим. Я уже нашел. Женя, давай кондей включим.
Мне очень понравилось жить отдельно. Научился, плохо или хорошо, убирать места общего пользования. Научился мыть полы. Научился многому чему. Очень много чего узнал интересного, проживая один, вообще о квартирах.
Для меня самое главное – это то, что, живя на тренировочной квартире, он не обращается ко мне 100 раз на день с вопросом, что мне делать. Ищет ответы на этот вопрос, ну, если это еще помощью, просто надеяться, что сам находит ответ.
И мне очень нравится эта работа тем, что я могу помогать другим людям, у которых тоже есть ментальные особенности, с тем, чтобы они могли лучше справляться в жизни.
Для меня работа на тренировочной квартире означает возможность помочь людям видеть прогресс в наших подопечных, как они становятся самостоятельнее и их жизнь становится лучше. Это дает надежду, что жизнь любого человека может стать лучше, а значит, может стать лучше мир. Просто иногда миру нужна помощь.
Я там учусь
чему-то новому, там, например, готовить еду, стирать вещи, гладить, чтобы все в жизни приобрести необходимо, вот. Научусь ездить сама, чтобы ориентироваться в дороге, вот.
Что, вы так и не починили?
Чтобы покупать продукты, не покупать всякую гадость, а покупать именно продукты, которые готовить, вот. И брать, например, с собой на работу, перекусывать.
Самостоятельно готовить и, конечно, распоряжаться своим временем.
Илюш, а рассказывай мне, что это такое. Меня зовут Таня.
Таня.
Таня. Да.
Привет. Привет, Таня, привет.
Привет.
Вас зовут Таня, да?
Да.
Наверное, я для себя вывела формулу, что это не заболевание, это другие люди, кто-то их называет инопланетянами, они по-другому чувствуют, они по-другому понимают этот мир. Ну, не знаю, у них спектр вот этих чувств намного шире и намного чувствительней.
А ты что делал? Что это такое?
Шкурка для зайцев, для ежей, для сов, всем.
А зачем ему одеваться?
Чтобы не замерз.
В смысле, люди переживают за то, что она замерзнет?
Дети то. Ну и может они согреются об шкурке.
Это нарисован, сейчас скажу, снеговик и кто-то еще. Этот самый лыжник. Это он едет на санках. Лыжник.
Почему написано «совершенная любовь»? Это что значит?
Санки — совершенная любовь. Я знаю, что такое. Он едет на санках.
Совершенная любовь – это людей любить. Это когда люди из разной кожи.
Вот любишь ты вот родители мороженое, делать что-то, вот движение к жизни.
Любить девушку, вот, можно сказать.
Да?
Ну, да.
Приятное что-то делаешь себе, а не другим.
Коллеги,
То есть бы не было бы смысла жить.
время.
Я живу не только для себя, но и для...
Иван, мы готовы продолжить. Можно остановить эту демонстрацию.
Так. Спасибо большое. Будем точны до конца.
Thank you. Let's be correct till the end, and we start with our third part of our today's program. We've got here a psychological report in terms of I would try to go into details shortly about it. It's a very complicated issue. We go to the same system of preparing our sports. A very principal question why we have put it on stop is that it's because we've got a new law issued and which says its number is 329th law of sports. There's also the 273 education law. These laws have put our project on pause. I would name the main points of this preparation system for preparing the sport backup. Correspondence. Well, to organize a sport preparation, we need a federal standard according for each way of sport, for each type of sport, respectively. I must tell you that these standards are mostly thanks to our St. Petersburg University. Can you imagine 236 sports disciplines? We've got different abstract for our. We've got a group of disciplines, and like the Lin sport, and the discipline is athletics, especially 100 meters. Have like discipline like athletics, and the sports name is running 100 meters. This way we've got a group of sports which includes 30 disciplines. We need to focus on that matter, especially. Our federation cares for 236 disciplines. Some of the disciplines are one, like football, sports for lean people, like futsal. If it's swimming, then we receive a huge amount of sport disciplines. First, what we need to do to start the preparation for it is functioning. Last date it was done in 2018. We need to think it over, to work it over according to the extra disciplines we want to include that have to do with the Down syndrome and ARS. Second is receiving a state customer preparation leads according to each step of 4. We've got 4: training, making it perfect, and 4th is the federal list of state services. They are also present at the regional list. So in order to start it, we need those services being listed. Third most important component is the institutions that conduct this sport training, sport education. Until this law, it were the structures that were controlled by the different parliaments of the different subjects of Russian Federation. But the new law puts the Ministry for Education on the first place. So right now it is being discussed. So our like programs for extra education. We stopped this further go through, but to imagine oneself what is a standard, I'm gonna bring an example. We've got, well, if it's swimming, then we need what kind of material, what has to be built, like which pools, what's the prescriptions for the water, what the equipment of the swimmers should be. If we take rowing, academic rowing, we need to have, well, a boat for 8 people or 4 people. They're mostly row sport. Of course, there have to be athletes and a trainer, athletes of a certain range. Lean athletes can compete if they have achieved the range of candidate or master of sports. Here we have a process that goes individually. It's very important because all the problems of psychological maintenance occur, as I've told already, in our kind of sport. It's very important. It has to do with the usual athletes and the disabled athletes. Is not the psychological training to fulfill any kind of actions, but whereas it is also described in all the study books for sports, but we need also to know what, for example, how the conditions of the competitions can be modulated. Today we have the accent on supporting all the activities that have to do with training and sports preparations. It means giving them jobs, such positions like cook or gardener and so on. On the range of higher sports level, the person must be overwhelmed by a full he must be fully attentionally drowned into the preparation and training, nutrition, and getting well. It is all being put into the standards, so it's a huge honor for us that so many people have passed it. Well, what does the psychological support consist of? First of all, it's very important. When we say that our athletes compete well, they are being prized by money, with money. Our special athletes have received 4 million ruble each for the gold medal, just like the usual athletes have. The regions play also an important role. So one of the central issues is how to help our athletes to leave hijackers, to leave robbers. There was a case when one of our special athletes were eager to buy one of our functionaries jumped in and she managed to prevent an affair that could happen against one of our athletes. So it's very good that one of our functionaries jumped in to help this special athlete. So the word that Tatiana, each word that Tatiana Ivanovna pronounces during the training and competition, it is a positive influence. We must remember it. There is a seduction, sweet life, so we must control it. We must not allow our champions to spend all the money. We get anxious. We must support. Our special athletes can receive so-called star symptom, when they are ready to spend all the money on useless things. So that's the case when our athletes need special support. It also, a further question is doping. Our athletes get tested all the time for dopings. There's a complex system of informing about his some of our athletes have to prescribe their future locations for 3 months in advance, and in case there are some breaches, then well, in case they are missing twice, a disqualification takes place. Tatiana Ivanovna, as well as the main trainer, here are a necessary help. We need to take care of the athletes in these terms as well. But I need to announce that Tatiana Vladimirovna Litvitskaya, my friends, allow me to introduce to you. She represents the most interesting structure. This school is called Dynamic. It is a school. It is an adapted physical culture. They've got a lot of contacts with foreign schools. They teach from foreign schools. Unfortunately, our time is time.
Can you see me? Yes, we can see the slides. That's great. Good. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak at this section. It's a pity that we are having an online format. Everyone mentioned this already. So I'm ready to share some ideas. We've been talking about psychological support today, the entire day. And this morning we had a seminar about a workshop on psychological support. And today I would like to touch upon several subjects. I'm not going to read all these slides. A relationship is, but what is important here is the psychological response, and we pay attention to it, to this emotional response, because we are bringing up the future elite of the Paralympic movement. We have some very developed types of sports. Our kids do dances on wheelchair. I hope that one day wheelchair dancing will be an Olympic sport, and we've had great progress. We have existing Olympic champions who teach and train at our center. So when we see those children who come to us since grade 1, since they are 7, at that time they check if they are capable in a sport. And this involves a lot of work of all specialists. It was also important to ensure a normal relationship, and sometimes families do not support children with disabilities enough. At our center, we have children with senior problems, for example, with senior mobility disabilities or major musculoskeletal disabilities. So we need to make sure that our kids work properly with each other and with the coach. Here are our children need to do sports. Why do we do this sports propaganda? For our kids, it's first of all the social skills. We keep telling all the time that it's not just about doing sports. This can become a profession or a lifelong hobby. We keep telling the parents this can be the sense of life, the meaning of life for your children. If they have the ability for a certain type of sport, it is necessary to support it. We keep noticing that this expands the vision of our kids because normally they are brought up in isolation. Sometimes they here it's a great event. They have the opportunity to go to a competition by train or by plane, and this is a huge event for them. They keep memories about it for years. And then our coaches and parents help children become independent. An athlete always needs support. Sometimes their parents just do too much for those kids, and those kids are not independent. And then they arrive at being more independent, and this is all about huge personal growth for them. They are elated, and also it's expanding their always have problems with their borders because their personal borders are violated. Some people just lean on their wheelchairs, even though it's violating personal distance. And you can just tell them, please go at stand farther from me at an arm's length. This is how I would like to talk to you. So you need to educate people with disabilities. What is also important is the relationship between the coach and the athlete. It all depends on their experience. Of course, the coach should be more tolerant. He should find some keys to understanding the athlete. And psychology can help here. And we can show that a person with disability always has his or her personal features. Every disability has its own special nature. For example, if there is a kid with paralysis, we need to take it into account, otherwise it will be a great conflict. Based on my experience, I understand that there are different physiological groups. There are blind children, there are deaf children, or those that have hearing impairment, and they all have their particular features, and they are different from those who avoid conflicts or to prevent disputes. What I would like to tell you about now. We had an event where 28 athletes took part, aged between 13 and 18, sorry, and 17. And what is important, their parents were also engaged. This is always important. Among them, there were 16 children with disabilities, and you can see the results. As for the demonstrative type, in 30% of cases, there were some behavioral difficulties in the relationship with the coach, because it's a very important for a person. If a coach corrects mistakes, it's a conflict zone. So we need to prevent this behavior. We need the athlete coach relationship to be a good one to ensure success. And there is also the upbringing type, which is called an idol in the family. A person with disability can be idolized in his family, but of course, this prevents you from full-fledged sports training. So we need to work with the family. We need the family to change their position if they want their child to be successful. And there is always, often this hyperprotection. And of course, there are some emotional. Almost all children with cerebral paralysis also have some obsessive ideas. Sometimes they just focus on those ideas and they cannot move aside. For example, you praise them once and they consider themselves to be great stars. And in this event, there were kids who participated, who were considered to be normally developing. They didn't have any mental disabilities or disorders. And they were considered to be kids developing normally. But this is not completely true, because they still have excessive ideas. They cannot move to another subject. They cannot go to ordinary schools. And in our school, there is a special curriculum which is necessary for them to cover certain material. As for bocce players, the most important here is the contradictive upbringing style in their family. Sometimes there were not enough requirements or bans by the parents. This meant that children could do anything they wanted, and they were looking for praise. They anticipated praise. And sometimes there is a phobia of losing a child. Sometimes the realizes their relationship. So there is no criticism of the child's behavior. If a child decides that the coach is wrong, if the child is not pleased with some training process, or some competitive things, there could be a conflict in the relationship. So we keep facing these problems and we analyze these things psychologically together with the coaches and the kids. We model these situations. We have an individual approach. Sometimes we speak about it and we talk about it. Sometimes we just draw to prevent such problems so that our kids are not stuck in losses. And it's also very important to support the coach, because these coaches are subject to professional burnout. all those people who work in the education area, particularly with children with disabilities, are subject to burnouts. And we also do workshops with the parents. 2 years ago, I had a workshop in Alexino for parents of children with disabilities. I talked to them about the bocce game, about the particular aspects of working with not raised. In all probability, older athletes who already graduated from schools just do not have time for that. We're used to working with kids. We do have the time and the resources for that, for helping our kids. Some conclusions. I would like to stick to my time. We believe that coaches need to be knowledgeable about the particular problems in development of their kids, about their particular psychological features. And of course, there should be a good relationship between the coach and the student. For that, between the parents and the kids. As a result, you can prevent a conflict and make such cooperation more agreeable and successful. And then you can look forward to success with greater pleasure. So that's about it. Thank you so much. So this is the kind of work we are doing, starting from the early childhood. And an athlete, our athlete representing St. Petersburg, won the bronze medal at the Paralympic Games, which was a great surprise for everyone, because we expected other athletes to win. But she did a great job. She had been training for a long time. I witnessed this success.
Yes, I've witnessed this event. Thanks you very much. A tiny comment on people, on disabled persons. When we give them the possibility to conduct several activities, they they do not really accept it. They feel some anger about it. They are quite painful. In case a disabled person has the possibility to conduct all possible activities, he will have to, must have the same responsibilities. So we must not they have went through the impossible. They trained, they have conducted a huge amount of work and trainings, but if it's impossible, then it is offensive to them. You have described it well. The relations is a very sensual, sensible field. Very many issues we need to focus on to keep the zone of interaction comfortable for disabled persons. Thank you very much. I think we would have the role of family in terms of raising up school pupils with intellectual disabilities. He is the PhD in education, Lesgap National State University of Physical Culture, Sport and Health, St. Petersburg, Russian Federation. Thank you very much, Sergey Petrovich.
Так, уважаемые участники конференции, конгресса,
Dear
здравствуйте.
colleagues,
Очень приятно было
I welcome you.
очень интересно было слышать
It was
предыдущий
very
доклад от Татьяны Владимировны. Я думаю, что мы во многом
interesting.
сейчас будем
This previous report was very interesting. I think we're going to interact in many ways.
тему работы. Итак, тема работы с родителями, она сейчас актуальна, она поднимается
Working with parents
с
is
точки зрения там образования.
still
Да,
acute.
сверхактуальная сейчас тема. Микрофон выключи. Микрофон. В зуме микрофон. Все? Да. Да, давайте, ладно. Придется вам, наверное, смириться с небольшим эхом. Итак, тема работы с родителями, она, как я уже сказал, да, сверхактуальна. С точки зрения
With parents is acute
в рамках физической
in
реабилитации.
terms of physical rehabilitation.
Специалисты ранее
The specialists
сейчас уже и наши коллеги не устают подчеркивать о том,
and
что
our
основным,
colleagues
да, основным
members of interdisciplinary teams
члены ее семьи. А мы же сейчас
are
хотели
mainly
бы
the
попробовать
family
затронуть,
members of
тему
each
касательно
athlete,
работы в
of
контексте
each disabled
дошкольного
athlete,
воспитания именно
in terms
с
of
дошкольниками, да,
physical
потому что,
education
ну,
with
на наш
preschool
взгляд,
children.
нужно начинать с истоков.
Well, I think mostly we
Если
need
мы
to
говорим
start
образовательные
with
ступени,
from the beginning. If we take the
дошкольное
educational
образование это
stage,
одно
then
из
the school
самого
education
раннего,
is one of the
чем
main
сталкиваются наши
issues
с вами
that our
Итак,
trainees
актуальность, да,
deal
я
with.
вкратце уже рассказал про федеральный
So I
государственный
have,
образовательный
as I
стандарт
have no,
дошкольного образования
mentioned
позвольте,
before earlier,
наверное, вам
the
не
actual
повторяться, не
standards
тратить
allow
время, но подчеркну только,
not
да, что
to explain it once again.
одним из важнейших принципов дошкольного
One
образования
of the
в
main
этом федеральном государственном образовательном стандарте
abstracts
является
of
сотрудничество
preschool
с
education
образовательными
is
организациями
the
семьи.
cooperation.
Ну, о чем этот слайд? Ну, в целом этот слайд
What is the
о
connecting link?
социальной интеграции, о
It is a
взаимодействии
slide about social
различных
integration and interaction of
образовательных и
different
необразовательных
educational and non-educational institutions that
какого-то конкретного гипотетического
influence
ребенка.
a certain
Социальная связь между
influence
институтами,
this or
это,
that
скажем, в
child.
нашей стране такая своеобразная тема, о которой можно говорить долго. Приведу короткий совсем пример. Да,
I
пойдет.
can lead an example,
Приведу короткий пример.
a short example.
Как мне кажется, удачной социальной интеграции. Ну, если связь, да, возьмем ветвь образования, сферу образования.
Let's take
Если
the
связь дошкольного образования со школьным образованием, она еще
the branch of
понятна, четко и
school education, preschool education. If we can understand that
образование должно подготовить, по
connection
большому счету, ребенка к
studying in
на здоровых. Кто-то свой пример, наверное,
at
вспомнит.
school,
Ну, наверняка вспомните такую историю. Вы
every one of us
закончили
can
школу, поступили
remember his example when he finished school and went to university. So definitely one of the teachers must have said, forget everything you taught at school. So we're gonna teach you from the beginning. So, and you thought to yourself, so why the hell did I spend 11 years at school? Furthermore, at the end, when we go to the practice at university, we are being said, forget about everything they taught you at university. Then, so what should we talk about? The interaction between different for rehabilitation and adapting. Do these institutions interact? In a very little way, as we can see. Today we talk about children with intellectual disabilities. So the intellectual, the connecting link that connects all those institutions is not the child, but its parents. The child is being surrounded by stress. Disabilities face the problem of planning a correctional route for the child. Main positions are focused on this slide. It's the choosing the techniques and methodics of dealing with the child, and it's their right connection, right mix of such methodics. Second is the choosing the right specialist and the right institution. Third is a well-balanced mix of studying, pressure, study pressure, physical exercise, and relaxation. Those it's up to aims to make the child stick to that plan. We have made a poll of parents of children with. Here are the short results. Among 70% of polled parents, they think that health impact assessment. Well, we are happy to see that high level of. Furthermore, 74% of parents think that the amount of moving activity insufficient for the child. Amount of physical activities for the child. But on the other hand, where can those children receive information? Only 11% of respondents said that they being consulted by specialists working in the field of locomotive abilities of their child, not logopedists, not psychologists, but those who teach, those who develop the physical abilities of their children. 90% of the questioned parents underline that they received the knowledge themselves. 87% of people as we can see, it all represents the problem. What organizations do fulfill those exercises with the children? Here you can see a list on the slide. From the percentage, you can understand that all the children of all the parents questioned do exercises at several different institutions. Then we have another question to understand the level of awareness of the parents. It says, are you educated in terms of educational science and pedagogics? Is your profession connected with the following directions? When you have to choose certain institutions for training your children, are you the one that choose? Next questions. Third question is, in which way you fulfill the insufficient information about methodics and technologies that are being offered to your child? By 88% internet search, communicating with other parents, 79%, communicating on profiled forums, by choosing the events for correctional and developing directions and certain specialists, what criteria do you use to choose? Well, they say 54% answer it's the impression that the specialist produces. Next, it's 79%. It's recommendations from other parents, recommendations from other. Well, it's the answers on the profiled forums, 44%, and next, last question. Please place the criteria for, on your opinion about the quality of work. Do you agree with the following statements? After training, your child has to be tired. Yes, 79%, no, 21%. The most effective correctional developing process should take place in case the exercises are being held each day. 69 agree. The effectiveness of each correctional developing process should not exceed 1 week. According framework, temporal framework for your child. Well, it's a life situation. You shouldn't blame your parents. It's a physical condition, physical circumstance that is a priority.
This is our hypothesis. We believed that the process of physical education for primary school children with intellectual problems could be improved by engaging their parents. For that, we need special conditions, and there should be a certain volume and control over the physical activity of children. Here you can see a design of this teaching experiment. It's about the outcomes a bit later. And then we prepared a questionnaire for specialists working with children who had disorders. 91% of the respondents believed that proper work with parents can improve the quality of the training process. 88% of the respondents said that they were feeling the need of the parents to make sure that their children received relevant knowledge, and just 3% of respondents believed that the work with parents of the kids was their direct professional obligation, and the majority of specialists need an additional motivation. This is a pedagogical experiment that we carried out at a with mental disorders. We carried out 2 additional lessons, each one 60 minutes long, and we had a workshop with the parents. We talked to the parents, and we prepared the parents for the forthcoming joint class, we explained to the parents what methods would be used and what their role was at a specific lesson. After that, we had a joint lesson between the parents and the children as a group. Here are the components and the methods that we chose and developed. You can look at it at our article. And these are the children that we surveyed. There were 10 of them in the control group and 10 in the experimental group. We also used a fitness and this device just counted the number of steps taken by the kid. This is the average physical activity indicator. You can see the results before this training and after training. You can see that the results improved by more than 1,000 steps. It's a pretty good indicator. And the adults, the parents, also wrote a diary of daily physical activity. And what is good is that the number of steps, the amount of physical activity grew during the weekend, which is particularly pleasing. We also used the method in blue. You can see the results that we obtained before the experiment, and in yellow, the results after the experiment. And you can see that all the changes are positive. Those that were the problem ones were improved. For example, excessive strictness, avoiding contact, excessive care, they all reduced. And what improved was the verbalization, activity development. The aspiration to speed up development remained practically unchanged. But for parents who know that their children have particular features, we believe that for those parents it's quite normal. They are going to have a long life together, and we hope that their children will develop trustworthy, and all the results are positive. We also assessed the parents' competences. I'm not going to lose your time. We think that this is a reliable result. We used the 90 out of 90 method, which is a pretty standard method. And of course, we assessed the development of physical qualities of kids in the control group and the experimental group. And by the way, all the kids from the experimental group got better results than those in the control group. Our psychologists also assessed their attention gap, attention span, and productivity. We also assessed the their coordination parameter, such as their agility, their marksmanship. As I said, all those results improved in a reliable way. We also carried out the test of the speed of their movements. It also went up, and we can tell you about a positive change in their central nervous system. We also developed practical recommendations regarding some training with such kids in primary school. The recommendations are pretty obvious. You can read them in the article. They're quite simple but effective, as shown by the experiment. The conclusions. My presentation, I would like to give you a quote of a great scientist and teacher and physiologist, after which our institute is named. No matter how capable the parents are, their children left without education would be in the same situation as children who lived in the forest during several years. This is applicable to healthy children, but what about the children we are talking about? For them, this quote is even more relevant. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Уважаемые коллеги, извините, тут некоторое было.
Dear colleague, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. And I remember one sad joke to continue on what Peter said. It was said that in the city of Mytishia, 2 kids were found who were brought up by wolves. And actually, these were 2 well-bred children, the only 2 educated and well-mannered children in this region. Well, of course, it's a joke. Just a small compliment, if I may. What you mentioned is the role of parents in some experience of working with parents. And indeed, you actually mentioned this in your presentation. When a parent has a child with special needs, there is a major problem. That is the shortage of professional information. I'm not just talking about physical education and sports. There is a shortage of all types of information. The parents do not always find the proper information on the internet. Sometimes they follow advice from other parents, which is sometimes good and sometimes bad. But of course, the role of parents keeps growing, and I invite you as professionals to be on friendly terms with the parents. They really efficiency. So we will probably use your advice, and we will ask you for more recommendations and consultations, or maybe we'll ask you to establish contacts with the regions, particularly because you have experience of regional work. Thank you very much. So, just a small comment, if I may. Our experience shows that when children go to grade 1, when they are 7 or 8 years old, and there is a 3-day training of how to become a student, we look at it together with the parents. We look how the children interact. Then we draw assumptions on how to keep cooperating with the family. And the parents do say that they never talk about it. Sometimes we just talk to the parents one-on-one without the students. And the parents say, no one ever talked to us. And we try to understand why no one talked to the parents. That's because the parents are very active in children's rehabilitation. They're all focused on physical activities, but they do not look at other specialists. They do not want to listen to them. And their kids come to our school when they are 7. And and doctors, and then they're kind of exhausted. And then they start listening to us as specialists on psychological health, on mental health. But then their schools start stirring them up. And they have this illusion that their child was a bit retarded, but now all of a sudden this child would go to university. So the best time to contact the parents is at the age of when the parents are disillusioned or tired, and when the children go to special schools, but it's a brief, short window of opportunity. And at this window, a specialist should join, because most of all, the parents just do the studies for their children and they don't hear anyone. Thank you for your interesting presentation. And a small comment from Alexei. Yes, thank you very much. What you said was very interesting because you mentioned the kids and their parents with the consequences of cerebral paralysis. And I had a report on children with mental disabilities. At this age, the parents, try to make their kids look like healthy kids. So the classical situation is that the parent says, my child should walk, my child should take a toy just like a healthy child. But there is a mirror situation. Don't need any development of motion skills or physical activities. We need this child to just read and remember things just like others. So this is the trigger thing. This is the tunnel thinking of the parents. The parents want to make their children just the same as their peers. So it's a very interesting and a very problematic aspect. Thank you for your comment. Thank you very much. I think we will continue this topic. But now I would like to give the floor to Natalia Nikiforova, together with Svetlana Matveyeva. The topic is rehabilitation of children with disabilities at centers of social rehabilitation. And for example, in those centers, there are departments and sections of adaptive physical culture, which is very important. Natalia, the floor is yours.
Greetings, dear colleagues, dear Sergei Petrovich.
Да, все есть.
Замечательно. Итак, тема моего сегодняшнего доклада, как уже
The topic of my today's report, just like Sergei Petrovich said, is a complex rehabilitation and habilitation of children with physically challenged children. It's a very important issue for our country, that because by the time being of disabled people are present in Russia, 704 children among them. The globality of this program is necessary. It is necessary to acknowledge the globality, and it's necessary to work out a unified approach. An integration, a unification of the society is needed. 2016 Convention about Disabled Persons' Rights has been ratified. Despite reforms that has been made in terms of preventing disability, providing disabled persons with disabilities a complex factor for rehabilitation and habilitation on a complex level is missing. That's why, according to present legislation and according to law 181, and according to different other norms and documents, there are such topics like rehabilitation and rehabilitations are divided. They are focused on reaching full compensation for disabled persons for the goal of their social adaptation, including gaining material independency from the society. In our material document, main directions of rehabilitation are stated. We have rehabilitation in Russian Federation for more than 20 years have been developing parallel in different areas, like in education and healthcare, sports and fitness. But in the mentioned fields, the separate mechanisms for working with disabled persons are developing.
Реабилитации. Вместе с тем, как показывает международный опыт, наиболее эффективным.
Furthermore, just like the international experience shows, a consolidated interinstitutional approach gives the most compensation. The main mechanism for the rights of disabled children and adults, it is an individual program for rehabilitation of disabled person. But unfortunately, that document does not have financial and legislative issues and supports. That's why fulfilling this rehabilitation and habilitation is carried out throughout a institutional character. But on the other hand, many institutions, around 29,000 organizations, are involved in that process in conditions of a legislative as well as the lack of with one word, all these institutions take part in working with disabled persons. You can see some amount of state-owned institutions that are involved in social service to disabled persons in St. Petersburg. As you can see, the complex center, there are several complex centers for social rehabilitation of adults and disabled adults and children, but still furthermore,
получать инвалиды в учреждениях социальной сферы, как мы понимаем. И также нужно отметить, что в системе на сегодняшний момент приобретают возможности адаптивной физической культуры и адаптивного спорта.
By physical culture and sports.
При этом как раз адаптивная физическая культура и является
adaptive physical exercises are one of the most important components for a system of complex rehabilitation and habilitation for people, for disabled person in all of its means, including adaptive physical culture, like adaptive physical raising, adaptive physical recreation, and all the other kinds of it. They are present in all the areas of a human's life. They build the basement for the social most important means for different kinds of rehabilitation. A complex rehabilitation and habilitation face a series of problems. It's important to use different methods of social habilitation. Many different side harmonic development of physical abilities of the trainees, increasing their conditional possibilities based on a wide range of means and tools of an adaptive physical culture. Another problem are the consequences of hypokinesia. A further moment is overwhelming such psychological complex of self-insufficiency, like feeling of an emotional anger, egocentrism, and aggression. To fulfill the state contract from 14th April 2014, together with the Sport Ministry of Russia, our institution has worked out several recommendations based on the methods for adaptive physical culture in individual programs and habilitation of disabled websites of the respective institutions, and many institutions the social sphere work within the framework of the technologies. They conduct the exercises with disabled persons. In St. Petersburg, by the time being, according to the legislation, individual programs are accepted to programs of social services, individual social services, as you can see on this slide. But what's more important to us is the integration into those services, integration of individual physical culture. Those individual approaches are not only necessary within that fields, but in many others, like education, healthcare, where the adaptive physical culture is used very well.
При этом в центрах социальной реабилитации инвалидов и детей-инвалидов, а непосредственно в отделениях адаптивной физической культуры, которые созданы в рамках этих учреждений, используют различные способы организации, работы по использованию технологий, основанных на средствах и методах адаптивной.
Different techniques are used in individual programs of habilitation and rehabilitation in social sphere. They are classic. They are built up in a classic way, individual exercises, group exercises.
Это могут быть также интегрированные занятия,
where children are united with their ordinary children. Inclusive exercises in the level of disability or illness is focused on by organizing the work on using the means of an adaptive physical exercises. The maximum development, thanks to the means of adaptive physical exercises, as well as supporting a well psychical condition, which is maximum abilities, For many people, adaptive physical culture is the only way to break through a closed space and to enter the social space, to find friends, to learn more about the world. So active culture is something that allows us to do so.
Другими отделениями, которые представлены в этих центрах. Это и отделение раннего вмешательства, и отделение профессиональной реабилитации, и ряд других. И тем не менее, также хочется отметить, что на сегодняшний момент
mention as well that for the time being, within the framework of complex rehabilitation, priority developing a system of complex pre-fighting child disabilities, development of services for early help to children and their families, developing technologies for an interactive support of disabled children by organizing their studies and raising up and socialization, development of technologies of supporting families and disabled children, directed on the keeping the disabled children in their families. Furthermore, it's an active integration of the families and disabled children into development of certain headquarters for where equipment can be leased or rented.
Также участвуют в этом процессе, потому как обучают инвалидов, родителей детей-инвалидов использовать эти технические средства реабилитации. Эти технические средства реабилитации.
The technical equipment for rehabilitation is usually granted free on any temporal time for any time. Another direction that we have met in institutions of social sphere is a school of care. It's a very interesting relatives to care for their disabled family members.
We support various activities. We support social adaptation, some everyday activities, and adaptation to changed conditions. And there are different kinds of classes. There are individual classes and group classes, and there are online classes. Furthermore, there is taking care of people with cognitive disabilities, and you can see that there we have a program for supporting the physical activity of disabled children with different disorders. And it's all about adaptive physical culture, which is a major component of comprehensive rehabilitation. So I think that it should gain a greater foothold in different areas. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we ask you some questions immediately, or shall we listen to two other speakers? Well, I'd like to give the floor to Andrei Aksionov and Ilya Kryukov. They will talk about the physical adaptive physical culture and sports. Hello, dear participants. We would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to speak at today's distinguished conference, and we'll talk about the set of exercises ready for work and defense. And today,
абсолютно всех лиц с инвалидностью.
this set of physical activities is the first step to take for all people with disabilities, for younger people and older people, so that they can start engaging in adaptive physical exercises and adaptive sports. Because our athletes are engaged in active sport. And it's a serious and responsible step to change your life, to dedicate it to serious loads, to participating in competitions, because very often this scares the parents and the kids, which reduces the motivation. Children do not go to those clubs. However, we arrange such rehabilitation, and of course, when the motivation goes down, this rehabilitation takes place in a hospital, which is not a great motivator. So we encourage our patients to conduct serious physical exercises. And we have a series of exercises called Ready. Anyone could participate in these competitions, and we have a special website where people without and with disabilities can get registered in order to participate in this set of events. We involve people in serious adaptive physical culture, so this is also a great step for their socialization. These people can leave their flat once again. They can go outside, they can go to the testing center where they pass the norms for ready for work and defense. And they will see some specialists who work with anyone. And this is another possibility of this inclusion, thanks to adaptive physical culture. Some systemic physical exercises and activity. How did we organize such series of exercises for different people who can participate in these tests, and what are the norms, what physical qualities are assessed by this contest, and what are the prospects for everyone who would like to participate in this test? Anyone can participate in this test on a voluntary basis. It's not mandatory, it's optional. If you want, you can always join this test. What's the story of this set of exercises and tests ready for first launched by our university? Here you can see the requirements for physical preparedness of people with disability. Here you can see some theory which brought together a lot of information. Here you can see the attitude of specialists who already participate in developing the tests for healthy people, and there are also experts on adaptive physical culture and sports. Certain limiting factors were identified which withhold the understanding of disability in We believe that a disabled person should be seen as a full-fledged person, as a normal person who has natural desires, the desire to communicate with his or her peers, with people around them. This disabled person would like to see events which are available for them. And of course, there are certain events aimed at improving the physical mobility of this person. We also developed some elements for those recommendations. And one of the main principles was, first of all, the standards and norms of existing standards ready for much the same as the standards for disabled people. Then we had to categorize disabled people who would like to participate in this test ready for work and defense. We looked at people with disabilities who could actually get a medical permission to participate in those tests. Our second focus was the group of disabled people who took an active part in disabled people's movement, that is Paralympic movement, and furthermore, Special Olympic. These people into several categories to determine what norms and tests they need to take in the future, and what tests can be adapted based on existing tests, and what tests we will have to develop while taking into account the specificity of the skeletal and muscular parameters of such people. So you can see two major groups of people with disabilities. These are people with a normal body structure, and those with the problems of their body structure. For example, there are problems of the spine and some other problems. In the first group, we had people with disabilities. There were some people with motion problems and those having certain diseases. So these disabled people were not approved at the stage of the first project, and the Ministry of Health did not want to approve these tests for such people. And there are people who have general diseases and illnesses, and unfortunately they cannot participate in this test. Of course, it's also the care about their health and life. Many of them really want to participate in these tests, but the system that exists at the moment does not allow us to engage them. Algorithms based on which the norms will be developed. The first algorithm to determine the corrective coefficients for disabled people, that is, coefficients that reduce the existing norms for healthy people, in order to reduce the requirements for current tests for disabled people, those that have a hearing impairment or intelligence impairment. So for that algorithm, we used existing documents such as the single Russian classification of people with disabilities of intelligence, hearing, and eyesight. There were also norms that second, the third sports category, or the candidate master category. Then we did a comparative analysis of this classification for healthy athletes. And we tried to determine the corrective coefficients which reduced existing norms. The table on this slide can give you an example of how those norms were decreased. For example, they took the results of the third children's category up to the world record, and there were different requirements for people with hearing and eyesight disabilities and intelligence disabilities. And then we had to compare health people and so on. So there was this reduction coefficient that was determined, and it was then used for this test. And then there was another algorithm, which was called a one-step lower. It was for those who would not find themselves in those classification. This algorithm was for people who were identified as needing the greatest reducing coefficient. A bronze medal for the healthy people resulted in a gold medal for people that had eyesight problems, for example. And there were other standards for those who had problems with their muscles or and it was necessary to determine their strengths, because in the test for healthy people, usually there are pull-ups or push-ups or dumbbells that you need to lift. But of course, the people who do not have hands cannot do this. So after we conducted a lot of theory work, we decided to develop those special requirements. And then the Minister of Sports ordered us to establish a research and methodological center, which is still active. And it works together with the Ministry of Health all over the country.
Вносить коррективы в этот комплекс.
In order to carry the recommendation to that complex. Place in 2017, together with different subjects of the Russian Federation, where we have made an approval of our norms. Here are the names of the subjects of our Russian Federation, where those GTO norms have been tested. Around 6,000 people have taken part in that first approbation. Among them were several people with several intellectually disabled people, to more than 2,000. The least amount were the people with eye injuries. Here you can see the amount of participants in each subject of Russian Federation according to the approbation has shown that even in the calculation there might some errors occur. Some errors. The norms that were too easy to reach for participants, those tests where the tested people were able to fulfill the tasks on a bronze and gold level. Norms have been determined that could not be reached. That was reason enough to edit those amount of work has been conducted. So since February 2019, according to the order number 90, first part of the order, well, the GTO complex consists of two parts. First for able person, second is for disabled person, which includes the norms for intellectually disabled people and for blind people, for visionary disabled people. The most part of those disabled person includes people with locomotive disabilities. We see that today, for today, norms are not enough. We should the list of people that can disable. We should include people with genetically illnesses. They need a certain amount, they need a certain approach for working out those norms. Tests are being set up even for children, starting from the first youth group from 6 to 8 years old. All the groups have been determined by the special features of each group of age. Power, stamina, speed is being tested, flexibility. Each within each can choose.
Также для примера представлены в таблице эти тесты. Здесь только некоторые тесты представлены в приказе.
In the table you can see different tests. We can go into detail. I would like to reach the word to my colleague Sergei Gennadievich Krukov. He's head of the Methodical Center. He will highlight the statistics for 2 years about how the tests are being fulfilled in our country. Greetings, dear colleagues. Allow me to introduce you the statistic data on fulfilling the GTO norms by disabled persons. You can see the amount of participants for 2019 and person took place. In total, 11,373 disabled persons. On the next slide, you can notice that the people that were willing to take part increases with every year. In the last 2 years, 6,000, more than 6,000 people gained medals, of participant medals. The most number that are willing to take part of in are people with insufficient height. The second stage, by the second stage, from 12 to 15 years old are the participants, which gives us which thus we have reached the goal of the GTO complex of norms. The goal of it is reaching a healthy way of life and doing physical exercises for being fit. Dear colleagues, I'm sorry we've got technical issues. The transmission has been interrupted. I am trying to figure out now what could be the reason.
Уважаемые коллеги, я прошу извинения, но у
Dear
нас тоже
colleagues, I kindly ask you for your, I beg your pardon, the internet, my internet connection could not keep up. We have further one last report left. Irina Bulanova, she's a philosophy doctor in psychology, senior lecturer of the Tver State Medical University of the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation. The topic is using the relaxed stretching method for preschoolers in physical education classes. Please allow me to thank the organizing committee of the Congress for their intellectual effort in order to gather us here and to share their know-how that we made during all this time. The method that I would like to introduce you has passed the practical approval and has been integrated into a list of institutions of education in the Tver and Moscow region. Our system we have received positive feedback. The technology centers training has made successful passed through efficient expertise, positive expertise by the Chamber for Education of Russian Federation. It has been approved for using across Russia. This exercise, this system has multiple times become winner in different contexts based on the synthesis training. We have developed a project that has gained victory in the contest Healthy Generation. The synthesis training consists of different blocks. Each of them carries his own functions. I'm gonna introduce you today the block of
хорошего расслабления мягкотканных элементов опорно-двигательного аппарата и снижения напряжения центральной нервной
It serves the lowering the tension in the central nervous system and the stretching, relaxing of the locomotive apparatus. During these exercises, we use the connection between the stimulating and slow down process of the celestial cortex of the brain by a slow stretching of the muscle according to the respective zone in the celestial cortex, and excitation focus occurs. As soon as the stretching is finished, on the same zone, a slowdown is being conducted, slowdown of the brain cells. It reflects the the spine cord and the muscles relax completely. One of the compulsory conditions for this stretching is a steady and slow stretching of the muscle. It's very important to grip the limbs right in order not to create excessive tension within the muscle of the child. By a right stretching, a tonic reflex occurs where the excitation takes place in an area of the celestial cortex. By stretching bigger amounts of the body, this zone increases in the celestial. The more the field of the more the area of the excitation in the celestial cortex, the bigger the zone of slowdown with a very underlined relax effect. As a result of the relaxed stretching, a common slowdown effect of the central nervous system is being conducted. By steady, slow stretching, there is a excitation focus occurs in the celestial brain. Afterwards, the next zone gets twice as big as the excitation zone. So not only the celestial cortex, but the by also the supracrystal formation. By creating the slowdown effect, it will lead to stabilizing the psycho-emotional condition of the child. As soon as the stretching is finished, in the frontal area as well as the supracrystal area, a excitation is being occurs, so the tonus rises and the child feels well. It leads to an increase in the productivity of the child. By with preschool children, in the younger classes, we teach the children to stretch each other. The stretchings are conducted very well, in order that very steady, very slow, in order to start with the we get an extra relax effect, because by stretching the cortex, we turn on the Golgi apparatus.
And then it results in the relaxation of those neurons. And then the muscles get relaxed segment by segment. And as a result, all the body is relaxed. The muscles are relaxed, and there is blood flowing in the right direction. As a result, the kids are really calm and relaxed, and some of them can even sleep for a few seconds. And there was a relaxation of the cerebral parts of the lobe. We could see that some of the children started smiling, and some of them were initially very tense, so they couldn't stop laughing. They had to laugh pretty much, but as this activity became regular, they stopped laughing. that some children have a hyperexcitation syndrome, and you can see that their limbs shake a little bit, and then it passes away as you do this exercise regularly. After the stretching is done, we could see that the children became more active, they were in a good mood, and I can now show you the results of regular classes. These are statistical results of using this method at primary school. Number 159 in the city of Tver, 115 children aged 5 to 6 58 children, and they used relaxation stretching. They did 2 lessons per week, each 45 minutes long. Before the test, the overall assessment of their physical development level was carried out. Some complaints from the parents were taken into consideration. In group 1, during the control test, there were no complaints of bedwetting. That is, if there was bedwetting initially, then it went away. And in this group, as for the second group, the improvement was not so large, but still there is a lot of improvement. 20% of people, of children, saw some improvement in the second group. And in the second group, 13% of children could see a deterioration of the psychological status. Thank you. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. This relaxation gymnastics is concluding our session. Thank you very much once again. Have a question. We still have 10 minutes, so you can share your questions or comments. We will be happy to hear you. Is there anyone who would like to share a comment? No one for the time being. I would just like to tell you that this is a unique stretching exercise, which was used very actively at our university, which did aviation equipment construction. And we had an author called Zuev, who published a great book. I hope that our authors quote this book, and the important thing is that this works with children. Sometimes children are shy here, that the children will not be able to handle their emotions, and they will make an impact that would be bigger than normal. I think our speaker could comment on this. Were there any cases where the effort was a bit too much on behalf of the children? Did children violate your rules in terms of the amount of the load? Well, probably not. Dmitry, I cannot hear you. I apologize. Irina let us know that she might have serious problems with communication, which is why she just anyone would like to add anything? We still have several minutes, and we can actually use these several minutes to thank the organizers and everyone. So do you have a comment or some ideas to share? Yes, colleagues, go ahead. Well, since I cannot see any activity here, well, we spent a long day, and on behalf of myself, on behalf of the Union for Mental Health, I would like to thank all the participants of today's plenary sessions that took place as part of the Third Congress, the mental health of the person of the 21st century, children and future. I would like to thank dear researchers, dear and I would like to wish everyone success in their work. Health, of course. And I hope you will establish contacts between yourselves and between colleagues from other regions. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, for providing quality and relevant materials. We are really grateful to you. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank Sergei Petrovich Yevseev for his informative presentation and for his art of moderation. And this is really an art. Thank you very much. I think that you did a great job today. Thank you. Thank you. And I have to mention that this is our third Congress. After the earmarked a grant, and our federation made a film on our organization. This film is on the internet. It's popular, and this is a specific contribution. And I'd like to tell you that this union of NGOs plays a really important role. Thank you very much for your trust. Thank you for inviting me as a representative from our federation in this union. And I hope that all our interregional connections, inter-industry connections that were mentioned a lot of times today will be helpful. Of one single industry or sector. That's a lot of very different problems. Education, health, sports, all play a huge role. So I would like to finish with these words of gratitude. And I hope that we will have even more communication in the future. This is how I would like to finish our marathon today. Thank you very much, Olga Yevgenievna. Thank you, all the technical personnel and all the participants. I think that we did a great job today, and I hope we will continue our cooperation. Thank you very much. And tomorrow, we will use the same hall for people with disabilities. And at 10:20, there will be a presentation by Mr. Pankov, President of the Physical Culture and Adaptive Sports at NGO on providing assistance for rehabilitation of people in a difficult living situation and the development of adaptive technologies in physical sports and culture. That's a long name, but yes, we all know this person. So you've got this link. It will be still active tomorrow. So if you are willing to join the discussions, you are welcome. And the website of the Congress has broadcasts. There were about 4,000 There were fewer spectators on YouTube, but mostly it's on the website. So I hope that we did something interesting and good today. And as always, I would like to tell you that we are in a unique situation. We actually spoke 3 minutes short. We finished our conference 3 minutes in advance. Thank you very much for your punctuality, for your respect for your colleagues. This is how we can stick to the schedule. All the best to you and see you tomorrow for those who will find this opportunity. Thank you and goodbye.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компании, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.
В 2013 году в Тверском областном в рамках дневного стационара. В данном отделении оказывается комплексная помощь детям и подросткам от 3 до 18 лет бригадой специалистов. Психиатр, психотерапевт, клинический психолог, дефектолог, логопед, врач лечебной физкультуры, инструктор ЛФК, социальный работник. В медико-реабилитационное отделение направляются дети и подростки с различными психическими расстройствами, задержка психического и речевого развития различного генеза, расстройства поведения, невротические расстройства, органические психические расстройства, синдром раннего детского аутизма, шизофрения, легкая и умеренная умственная отсталость. Врач-психиатр совместно со специалистами отделения разрабатывают индивидуальную программу каждому ребенку и реализуют ее в условиях отделения. Детям и подросткам, помимо лечебно-диагностической помощи, предлагается курс занятий с логопедом, психологом, дефектологом, занятия лечебной физкультурой, изобразительным и музыкальным творчеством.
Предоставляется уникальная что очень важно не просто для развития фантазии, воображения, мелкой моторики, но и прежде всего для самораскрытия ребенка, повышения его самооценки, чувства уверенности в себе. Пришедшие с ребенком родители, бабушки, дедушки имеют возможность обращения